something. Sure this is live. Okay, so welcome everyone. If you've joined us for the Auchteraw energy, or the presentation of our Auchteraw energy storage project. I'm Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and media manager. We also have below me is Simon Monroe from Logan PM, our technical advisors. Obviously, this is in place of a public meeting, which obviously we would normally do kind of face to face. We'd have booked a local hall and came in up and seen you face to face and went through this. But obviously, with the COVID-19 situation, we've not been able to do that. So we've been working with the technology, and this is kind of what we came up with. This is a kind of live presentation. So we want to try and get the same kind of interaction that we would normally get at one of these events face to face. So how it's going to work is that me and Simon will go through a short presentation. It lasts about 10-15 minutes. And at the end of that, we'd love to get some questions from you guys. You can contact us. There's 3 different ways you can contact us while we're doing this. There is a chat box on the on the right-hand side of your screen. There should be a chat box if you're watching this on a browser. So like Google or Safari, or if you're on a computer, you should be able to see the chat box. So you don't need to have an account or anything. You just go on as a guest. It'll give you a random guest number, and you can ask us questions, and we'll answer them either through the presentation or at the end, whatever makes sense. Or if you don't see the chat box, you can contact us on my mobile number, which is there. It's up there. It's 07456 539 239, or on my email at ah@ili-energy.com. Any of these 3 methods, you can contact us live while we're doing the presentation, so you can answer us questions as we're going through it. Or if you don't want to ask us any questions live, you just want to give us your comments, there is a PAN questionnaire form below here. It says if you look, it says downloads. It says click here to access the PAN questionnaire, and that gives you a quick questionnaire about the project, and you can give us your thoughts on that. We really want to get as much kind of feedback from everyone as we can, and if there's anything that we can build into the project, we're happy to take all your comments on board. And you can also download the PowerPoint that we're going to go through today, and these will be available, as will the video, and everything else will be up on this website for the next 21 days. You'll be able to comment, and even after that, if you want to get in contact. Now, any comments you do make to us are for our purposes for preparing our planning application. They're not representations to the Highland Council. So once the actual planning application goes in the next weeks or months, then there'll be an opportunity to contact the council directly and make a representation about our planning application. But is there anything you'd want to add to that, Simon?
No, I think that's that covers it for introduction, Andrew.
Okay, so I'm going to put it on full screen now, and I will start the presentation. So basically, I'll tell you a little bit about Intelligent Land Investments Group, a little bit about energy storage, what it is, why we need energy storage, why we need it in this location, and then Simon will run through the actual planning drawings. He'll tell you exactly what we're proposing to put on the ground, where it is, and everything like that. So the first slide, I believe, is what is the project. So what is it we're proposing? So we're proposing a 29.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that's containerized batteries. So it's basically storage containers with racks of batteries inside them. If you think about, if you've ever seen a data center where you have racks and racks of servers, if you go into these storage containers, either side, it's racks and racks of smaller battery units that make up the full energy storage unit. So each 23 of those in total, and there's also an access track in the middle. Down the middle of those, we've got a small meter building that contains all the equipment that we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid and back again. and we've really went to some lengths to screen the project as much as we can with some fencing, some landscaping as well, which Simon will discuss later on. So what in essence these kind of energy storage projects do is we store excess power from the grid. So at times when there's excess energy, for example, wind farms going in the middle of the night, when nobody needs that power, instead of having to switch that power off and lose that energy, what we can do is we can store that power and then use it when it is needed. So that's kind of the basis of these kind of energy storage projects is we facilitate the storage of power being generated when it's not needed. So for most of the time that is going to be renewable energy, because you can turn down other forms of energy as required. But renewable energy, it comes when you get it, basically, which I'll discuss in a wee minute. So and basically what these projects do is they help balance supply and demand for the grid. So who are ILI Group? So we're an Intelligent Land Investments Group. We're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. Before that, we were involved heavily in the feed-in tariff, where we had numerous kind of wind, solar, and some hydro projects as well that are all up and running. And in 2017, we moved into energy storage. So our vision is what our company's looking to do is we're looking to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that's going to come from the 3 pump storage hydro projects that we're developing at the moment. And the most advanced one of those is Red John on the shores of Loch Ness. You might have heard of that. It's been in planning for a while now. It's quite advanced. It's been in the press as well. So that's the most advanced one. And the rest of that 2 gigawatts is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage, of which the Auchteraw is part of that. And we've got a number of these projects now consented, and some of them further on than that are starting to get developed. So that's who we are, what it is we're trying to do with energy storage in Scotland. So why do we need projects like this? Why do we need energy storage? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, and a large part of that's going to be the shift away from fossil fuel generators to renewable energy, which has obviously been going on for a number of years now. But what's happening now is as we move further towards renewable energy, a lot of large coal, gas, and nuclear plants are going to be coming to the end of their shelf life. So we're becoming more and more reliant on renewable energy. And the age-old problem that you have with renewable energy is that it's intermittent. So it only works with wind turbines only work when it's windy. Solar power only works when it's sunny. It's obvious, but it does create a problem for how do you manage supply and demand. So when it's really windy and we don't have nobody needs that power, what do we do? And the reverse. So what energy storage means you can do is that we can store that power, that renewable energy, that potential energy, we can store that for when it is needed. Now, like I said, as we move further towards reliance on renewable energy, Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage, so there's a long way to go there. Now, the Scottish Government are kind of broadly supportive of new energy storage projects like this, as they realise if they're going to hit those targets for 2045, we're going to need to have energy storage hand in hand with renewable deployment. So that's why we kind of need it in a broad sense. But why do we need it in this location? So what we've done as a company is we've looked at all the different points that we could add this kind of battery storage into the system or into the grid, and we've looked at all the grid supply points. So a grid supply point is basically a large substation where transmission power comes in on pylons, gets broken down on high voltages, gets broken down at smaller voltages, gets sent out to smaller substations, broken down again, then eventually down out to your houses and businesses. So a grid supply point is an ideal point to add this kind of 30 megawatts of battery storage that we're looking to. But unfortunately, there's a lot of grid supply points in Scotland, but there's very few of them that actually have the capacity to kind of take this kind of power, this kind of energy storage, the kind of 30 megawatt mark that we're looking. So Fort Augustus GSP is one of these locations where there's an opportunity to add this kind of energy storage. So that's really why we're at this exact location. So I think what I'll do now is the next drawing, next kind of section of the presentation is really the planning side of things. So I'll hand that over to Simon, our technical advisor.
Thanks, Andrew. So hello, I'm Simon Munro, and I'm going to say something about the site and what we're proposing there. The site's at Auchteraw. It's around 3 kilometres southwest of Fort Augustus. It's agricultural land at present, generally used for grass, for grazing. The closest houses to the site are 300 to 400 metres away. The development would consist of a series of metal storage containers. These are effectively standard shipping container sizes, so one lorry load, if you like, and within those units would be the energy storage equipment. There would be a small building at the top right of the site for the electricity meter equipment. There would be a fence, a solid wooden fence, all the way around the outside of the battery storage area, which would screen the development from outside of that. And then around the outside of that, there would be new planting of trees and shrubs, native broadleaves, in order to provide some screening and give a more natural look. There would be a new track to connect with the existing Auchteraw Road, a rough stone track to reach the development from the existing road. We'll move on to the next slide. So this one shows the form of the fence, wooden fence. Wooden fence actually on the 3 sides towards the field, and a wire mesh fence on the other side towards the existing forestry. Thanks, Andrew. We'll take the next one. Now this is showing the compound seen from outside, again showing the fencing and the gate and the proposed planting. That's good, and we'll take the next one. So that's this is a cross section through the site, showing the levels. Some of the croft land is subject to flooding, and there can be some ponding of water after heavy rain on the land, and in order to keep the equipment safe, that some of the units would be raised up above the maximum flood level to avoid any flood risk. This drawing shows the arrangement of the containers raised a little above ground level. Thanks, Andrew. This drawing shows the energy storage units themselves. We use lithium-ion batteries in the units for storing the power, and the Bay energy conversion equipment in there as well. There'll be an opportunity for questions at the end, and as Andrew's pointed out, there's other ways to get in touch with us as well. This drawing shows the electricity meter building on the site as well. Just over 3 meters high, 6 meters by 10 meters in plan. I think that one. I think that's the main physical elements of the development. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us, and we're ready for any questions, either live just now or sent in after the event. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Simon. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, so I can't see anyone, any questions coming through on the chat at the moment. Doesn't seem to be any live questions happening, which is fine. I've got nothing from text or email. So just to remind everyone, if you've taken the time to come on to this, to watch it today, you can take another couple of minutes and click on the download section where it says PAN questionnaire. If you click on that, it's an online form you can fill in online. You don't need to print anything off. You can just fill it in online and submit it to us. We'd really like to get your feedback. It could be really helpful. So if you want to do that, tell us what you think of the project. That would be amazing. And if I just double check the emails here just to make sure there's nothing came through. Nope, nothing come through, and there's no questions came through either that I can see at the moment. So as soon as we get a question, obviously we'll answer it, but if there's nothing there, we can't. So what we'll do is we'll come back for the next presentation, which is at 3:45. If you just tuned in and you've missed it, if you want to turn back on at 3:45, and we will do the presentation again. And we'll do that on the times there. So we're going 4:45, 4:15, 4:45, 5:15, 5:45, 6:15, blah blah, and so on. So every half hour we'll be doing a presentation. So hopefully that'll be time for everyone to hear it if they want to. But with that, Simon, I think we'll leave it there for the moment, and we will be back. I'll put the full screen up, and I'll mute us, and then we can. And hopefully, if you just tuned in, we'll be back at 3:45. Hello, so welcome to anyone who's tuned in for the quarter-to-4 presentation of our Auchteraw energy storage project. We're doing this in place of a face-to-face public meeting. We are doing a kind of online webinar. I am Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group, and we also have Simon Monroe from Logan PM, who's one of our technical advisors on the presentation as well.
Hello.
Okay. So just to give you an idea of what we're going to do today, we've got a short PowerPoint presentation we're going to run through, tell you a little bit about energy storage, about why we're doing it, and why we're involved in energy storage, why we're doing it in this location, pardon me, what it is we're trying to achieve with that, and some planning drawings showing exactly what it is we're proposing on the land. So there's a couple of different ways you can get in contact with us while we're doing this. There is a chat box. If you're watching this on streaming from a browser, like Safari or Internet Explorer or whatever, there should be a chat box on the right-hand side of your screen where you can add questions in. You don't need to have an account or anything like that. You can just add in as a guest and you can put questions to us live. Or if you don't want to do that, or if you can't see that chat box, if you're maybe watching this on your phone, you can contact me on my mobile number, which is on the screen, 07456539239. You can text us any questions, or again through my email address at ahili-energy. Any of these three methods will get to us, and we can answer the questions live while we're doing the presentation or at the end of it. If you don't want to do that, or even if you ask us a question, we'd also like to get your feedback in our questionnaire form, which is in the downloads section just below. It says click to enter to access PAN questionnaire, and you can fill in a short questionnaire, give us your feedback. We'd love to have that, take that on board, and anything we can incorporate into the plan, we would. So with that, I think I'll start the presentation. Is there anything you'd want to add to that, Simon?
No, I don't think so. That covers the introduction.
No. Oh, I forgot to put my headphones in. I couldn't hear you there. Could you hear me okay when I was doing the introduction there?
Yes,
Yeah?
I can hear you, Grand.
That's fine, no worries. Okay, so I'm going to put it on full screen and we'll just go through the presentation. Okay, so what is the project? So what is it we're proposing? So we're proposing an energy storage facility between 20 to 49 megawatts in capacity, and that's a containerized, but basically storage containers with racks and racks of batteries inside them. So if you think about, if you've ever seen a data center with racks of servers, if you go inside these, you can go into these storage containers, and either side of them is racks and racks of smaller battery units that make up the capacity of each storage unit. And there's 23 on the site, and that wouldn't be changing even if we have a higher capacity. The batteries the amount of storage containers would still be staying the same. It's just to do with the technology we can get in each of the containers. So they've got the containers, and we also have an access track as part of that. There's a small meter building, which is all the equipment we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid and from the grid to the batteries again. And we've spent a good bit of time designing a landscaping solution for this, so we can screen the project as best we can, which Simon will speak about in depth. So what projects like this do in essence is we store excess energy from the grid, and we put that electricity back in as electricity when it's as required. So usually that's going to be from renewable sources. So if you think about wind farms going in the middle of the night, nobody needs that power. What happens now, or what can happen, is that power can be, those wind turbines get switched off and that power is not generated. So instead of wasting that energy, we would store that power for when it is needed and then put it back into the grid in its simplest terms. And that helps balance supply and demand for the grid. Oops, we jumped a few slides there. So who are ILI Group? So we are an Intelligent Land Investments Group, and we are an energy storage development company based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017. with a mission to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. Previous to that, the energy storage side started in 2017. Previous to that, we were involved in renewables and the feed-in tariff, where we have a number of projects now up and running for solar, wind, and hydro. But like I said, our mission now is to get that 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects, which we have in development. The most advanced one of those being Red John at the shores of Loch Ness at Doors, which is advanced in planning, which you might have heard, it's been widely publicised as well. And the rest of that power is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage projects that we are either got planning for, or in the middle of getting planning for, or trying to get planning for, similar to Auchteraw here. So why do we need, what is the purpose of energy storage? Why do we need projects like this? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, and a large part of that's going to come from moving away from, well, most of it's going to come from moving away from fossil fuel generators like coal and gas, and moving to renewables. Now, that's fine, that's obviously been going on for years, but the problem with moving further towards renewables is you're relying on an energy supply that's intermittent, and you can't control when it works in effect. So it's obvious, but solar panels only work when it's sunny. Wind farms only work when it's windy, and that doesn't always meet up with demand. So what we do at the moment is we turn up the other generators, traditional generators. So we turn up the coal, the gas, and the nuclear. But what's happening is these larger sort of these plants are coming to the end of their shelf life. And that means that we're more dependent on renewable energy. And the other way to solve that problem is to have energy storage on a larger scale. So energy storage, Ofgem have estimated that we might need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. Currently have around about 4 gigawatts of storage. And the Scottish Government have recognised this as well, that we're going to need more energy storage, and they're broadly supportive of new energy storage projects like this. As they realise, if we're going to get the amount of renewable energy we need, we're going to have storage as a part of the energy mix. So why do we need it in this location? Why are we here? And the reason is that we're close to the Fort Augustus grid supply point. And the grid supply point is basically a large substation where it's basically a hub for the grid network. So where transmission power comes in on on pylons, gets broken in high voltage, it's broken down into smaller voltages, sent out to smaller substations, again broken down into power that goes down into your batteries and sorry, not into batteries, into houses and into businesses. So the grid supply point is an ideal point to add battery storage into the grid network. The problem that we have is that not every grid supply point has capacity to do that, and from what our analysis shows is that Fort Augustus does have that capacity, and it's one of the very few ones in Scotland that does. So that's why we're at this actual at the land near to the Fort Augustus grid supply point. So I'm going to pass the rest of the presentation over to Simon, who's going to run through it, starting with the location plan. So if you just tell me, Simon, when you want me to go to the next slide, and I'll certainly do that.
Grand, okay, thanks, Andrew. Well, hello, I'm Simon Munro. I've been working on energy projects for over 25 years now, and I'm going to say something about the site and about what is proposed. So the site is at Auchteraw. It's about 3 kilometres southwest of Fort Augustus. It's agricultural land at the moment, generally used as grass for grazing. The surrounding area is largely forestry, the former Forestry Commission. The closest houses to the site are 300 to 400 metres away. We'll move to the layout, Andrew. Thanks. So this drawing shows the layout of the site. There would be a series of metal energy storage units containing the battery storage equipment. There would be a building housing the electricity metering at the upper right-hand side. If we move to the next drawing. We're proposing planting of new trees around the development, native broadleaves, and we've increased the amount of the planting in response to feedback that we've had. The trees will help to screen the views of the development from outside and provide some new habitat as well. We move forward. This drawing shows the proposed fence around the site. So there'll be a solid wooden fence around the site on the sides towards the field, and a mesh fence on the side towards the existing forestry. I'll take one forward. This shows the elevation of the fencing and new planting with the slight slope on the site. The fencing will be higher where the land is a little lower to give the same screening effect. We move to the next drawing. So this is a cross-section through the site from the field area on the left at A up to the existing forestry on the right at B on the plan. This shows that the energy storage units would be raised a little off the ground on the lower parts of the site to avoid any risk of flood impact. If we move to the next drawing. Thanks, Andrew. So this shows the energy storage units themselves. These are effectively a lorry load, each based on standard shipping containers. So the dimensions are 13 meters by 2.5 meters, 2.6 meters high, and the battery storage equipment and the energy conditioning equipment would be housed in these units. Well, thanks very much for taking the time to listen to us. Andrew will explain in a moment if you have any questions or wish to send any feedback how to do that.
Thanks, Simon. Sorry, I was just trying to work out how to unmute myself again. Yeah, thanks for that, Simon. Yeah, so if anyone's watching this, if you're watching it live, please get in contact with us on the chat box on the right-hand side of your screen. You should just be able to click on that, and you can enter a message in. You don't need an account or anything. It just gives you a random guest number. Or if you don't want to do that, or if you can't see that chat box, you can contact us on my mobile number, which is 07456 539 239. Or you can contact me on my email address on the screen now, which is ahili-energy.com. I'll just check that right now and see if we've got any questions live. Or if you're watching this on catch up, but you still want to comment or ask us a question on the email's fine. Or even better is that if you're taking the time to watch the presentation, you might as well take another couple of minutes and fill in the questionnaire, which is all below us here. It's a click now to enter, click now to access PAN questionnaire, and that will give you, it's basically an online form, so you can fill it in right away. You don't need to print it off or anything, just fill it in and submit it. We'd love your feedback, that would be great. But I can't see anything on the chat, Simon, or on email or on my mobile with no messages through. So I think what we'll do is we'll keep the presentation front screen up, and we will be back at 4:15. So we're back in 15 minutes to do another one.
Grand. See you then.
See you. Hello. Hi. Can you hear me there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Got that on the sound. It's getting a bit of echo there, Simon. Yeah.
Sounds okay to me.
No. Hello. That's better. There's no echo now. Okay, so welcome to anyone who's tuned in to. Second. Sorry, I've got a bit of technical problem here. I have just a wee second. That should be it now. Is that better? Can you still hear me, Simon?
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay. Apologies, anyone who's tuning in here. So yeah, welcome. Sorry, I'm Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR Media Manager for Intelligent Land Investments Group. And this is our presentation of our Auchteraw energy storage project. Obviously, we're doing an online event like this, a webinar, instead of a physical face-to-face event because of the COVID-19 situation. Normally, we would book a hall and give everyone a time and date and have the same kind of meeting face-to-face. So we're trying to recreate that as much as we can with this online presentation. So what I'm going to do today is going through a short PowerPoint along with Simon Monroe from Logan PM, who's below me here. He's our technical advisor. So I'm going to go through the PowerPoint presentation, which gives you a little idea of who our company is, what it is we're trying to do with energy storage, why we need energy storage, why we believe we need it in this exact location, and what the actual project's going to look like. So there's a couple of different ways you can get in contact with us while we're doing this. So we welcome questions. So if you look to the right-hand side of your screen, if you are watching this on a computer, like a laptop or a desktop, you should be able to see a chat box on the right-hand side of the screen where you can put in questions as we're going along, and we'll answer them as either at the end or during, if it makes sense. Or if you can't see a chat box, if you're maybe watching it on an iPad or on your phone or something, you have my mobile number there. It's 07456539239. So you can text any questions, and again, we'll answer them. Or my email address, ahili-energy.com, is there too. So you can basically ask us questions in any of these three mediums. Get in contact with us and we'll answer them. If you're watching this on catch up or you're not watching it live, or even if you are watching it live, we'd really appreciate it if you take the time to fill in the questionnaire. So below us, there's a download section. It says click to access PAN questionnaire. If you want to click on that, that would be great. And that'll give you access to our questionnaire, which you can get, which basically you can give us some feedback on the project. We ask you a few questions as well. And if there's anything we can take on board, we will. So that would be good too. If you've got time to fill that in, that would be awesome. But failing that, I think I'll just start the presentation. So what skip 2 slides here. What is the project? So what we're proposing is a 20 megawatt to 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility of containerized batteries. So basically it's storage containers with racks of batteries inside of them. If you think about like a data center, if you've ever seen that, where you have racks and racks of servers, it's similar to this, where you have racks and racks of smaller battery units that make up the full energy storage unit. So I'm just going to put this in full screen so we can see it better. So the development has the storage containers. I think there's 23 of them in total. We have an access track. There's a small meter building to get all basically breaks the power down from the batteries to the grid and from the grid to the batteries again. We've spent a bit of time designing screening landscaping, going to screen the project as best we can, which Simon's going to mention in a bit more detail. So in in its simplest terms, what projects like this do, energy storage, is we take excess power from the grid. So usually that's from renewable power that you can't really switch on and off. So we'll take excess power. If you think about wind turbines, maybe going in the middle of the night when no one needs that power, instead of having to switch those turbines off, we can store that energy and put it back into the grid when it is required. And that helps balance supply and demand for the grid. So in its simplest terms, that's what energy storage projects do. So our project, our company is ILI Group. So we're Intelligent Land Investments Group. We're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017 and with a mission to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. Previous to the energy storage side of things, we were involved in the feed-in tariff, where we brought numerous projects for wind, solar and hydro to fruition that are all up and spinning or running right now. But now we're focusing on getting this 2 gigawatts of energy storage, and the majority of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects. The most advanced of that, those being Red John on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors, which you might have heard of. It's been quite widely publicised, and like I said, it's well advanced in planning. And the other 500 megawatts of storage is going to come from battery storage projects like this, energy storage projects like this one, that we either have consent for or are just trying to, in the process of applying for planning, like Auchteraw. So why do we need energy storage at all? What's the point in having that kind of storage? And I've touched on that briefly. Skip the slide there. Touched on that briefly. Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, and that's going to come in majority from moving from fossil fuel generators to renewable energy, which obviously we've been doing for a number of years now. But what's starting to happen now is that fossil fuel generators, coal, gas, and nuclear power stations are starting to go offline and are due to go offline, so are larger power stations that won't be replaced. And what that does is it increases the pressure on renewable energy, which the age-old kind of problem that you have with renewable energy is that it's intermittent. So like I mentioned previously, it only works when the sun shines, when the wind blows, the wind turbines go. It's obvious, but it does create a problem that you have to match up supply with demand. So what energy storage does is it gives you the ability to store that power that's getting produced when you don't need it, and you can put that back into the grid when it is needed. So Ofgem have estimated we'd need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around 4 gigawatts of energy storage. And the Scottish Government have recognised that as well, that if we're going to hit these kind of net zero targets, energy storage is going to have to be a big part of that mix. And they're broadly supportive of projects like this. So why do we need that? Well, that's why we need energy storage, but why do we need it in this exact location? So the reason we're at this location is that the land at Auchteraw is located near the Fort Augustus GSP. A GSP is basically a grid supply point where it's basically a hub for the grid where power comes in, transmission power comes in on pylons at high voltages, gets broken down in the substation to smaller voltages, goes out to smaller substations and eventually out to houses and businesses. So it's an ideal position to put battery storage into the grid network. But unfortunately, not every grid supply point can accommodate that power. A lot of them don't have the capacity to take that power in. So we've only targeted ones where we know we can get that power. So that's why we're at Fort Augustus, at that grid supply point at Fort Augustus. So the next few slides, I'm going to pass over to Simon. And Simon, if you just let me know when you want me to click to the next slide, and I'll do that, or I'll just hand over to you there.
Thanks, Andrew. Hello, my name's Simon Monroe, and I'm going to say something about the site and about what is proposed there. This image shows the location. The site is at Auchteraw. It's around 3 kilometres southwest of Fort Augustus in Highland. The site is agricultural land, generally used as grass for grazing currently. The surrounding area is largely forestry, as you can see from this plan as well, planted by the Forestry Commission. The closest houses to the site are around 300. We'll take it forward one. This plan shows the site layout. As you can see, there would be a series of energy storage units arranged on the site. These units would contain the batteries and the energy conversion equipment. The building on the upper right-hand side shown, that's the electricity meter building. And there would be a track going from the site, a rough stone track connecting the site to the existing Auchteraw road. I'll take the next plan. We're proposing new planting of native broadleaves around the edge of the development. We've increased the amount of planting in response to feedback that we've had. If we move to the next one, showing the fencing, it would be a wooden fence all around the site, on the sides towards the field, and a wire mesh fence on the other side towards the existing forestry. I'll take the next slide. This one shows the fencing and the gate. The land has a slight gradient on it, and so the height of the fence will vary across the site with a constant top level, so that the containers, energy storage units are screened on the inside. Can take forward to the next one. Shows a cross section through the site from the field on the left hand side at A, with a new planting, showing energy storage units raised a little off the ground level. The reason for that just is that the site is subject to potential flooding after heavy rainfall, and that keeps the equipment above the flood level. And moving to the right on that drawing, there's the electricity meter building, and then up to the existing forestry on the right hand side at B. Take to the next drawing. This one shows the energy storage units, 13 meters by 2.5 meters, 2.6 meters high. You can picture these as effectively one lorry load, one container, and within these would be the lithium-ion batteries and the energy conversion equipment. And this shows the small building to house the electricity metering equipment. Thanks for taking the time to listen to us today. In a moment, Andrew will explain how you can ask a question or send us any comments or feedback that you may have. We have a feedback form as well on the page, which you can download and get back to us as well. Thank you. I'm not hearing you just now, Andrew.
Sorry, thanks, Simon, for finishing off the presentation there. Apologies. Just trying to get get a handle on all the new technology that we're doing. So there's a few in contact with us. If you want to ask us a question right now, a live question, there is on the right-hand side of your screen, there is a chat box if you're on a browser. If not, you can contact me on my mobile number, which is 07456 539 239. Please send me a text and we will respond right away, or on our email at my email at ah@ili-energy.com, and we can respond that way. I'll just check that right now. There's nothing came in from there. Or if you're watching this, people may be watching this after the fact. There's a PAN questionnaire form as well in the download section, which asks a couple of questions. Give us your feedback. We can try and bring that into the project if possible. And the more feedback we get, the kind of better the project we can make, hopefully. So any of these methods, please get in contact with us. And the presentation, the slides, the form, everything will be up online for the next 21 days. So we can be able to come back and watch this and comment and email us, text us, however you want to get in contact with us over the next wee while, and we'll respond as well. Now, just to let you know that anything you do to us is not a representation of the council. It's just for us, for our plan, just sort of before we put our plan application in, to get sort of feedback from the community. If you want to make a representation once we put our plan application in the coming weeks, months, then you can do that at that time. You'll be able to make a representation to the council. But feeling that, I think we will leave it there, Simon, and we'll come back in at 4:45 and do another presentation.
Grand.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone, for our presentation, our 4:45 presentation of our Auchteraw energy storage project. We've actually had, from the previous one, I've had a text in from someone and an email as well for a couple of questions, which we can certainly answer now. I think what I've noticed, and someone has pointed out to us as well, the PAN questionnaire had the wrong name on it. It's now been updated to Auchteraw. So if you wanted, please go on and fill in that questionnaire. That would be amazing. If anyone's filled it in today with the old name, we'll recognise that as well as it's just been a clerical error. So apologies for that. So anyone that has filled in the form, it'll still be taken. Any feedback will still be taken on board, but it has got the right name on it now. So, like I said, apologies for that. But the first question we've got here is, well, it's two questions we got through email from Julia. I hope you don't mind mentioning your second name. So it's Julia, and she's asking, what size of trees will you be planting and what species? It's the first question. And the second question is, how much noise will be emitted from these units? So I think I'll just pass those two questions over to you, Simon.
Okay, I'll do my best. In terms of the trees, we're proposing a mixture of native broadleaf species. So the current proposal is for 600 hawthorn trees, 300 blackthorn, 150 hazel, 50 blackberries, pardon me, 50 crab apple, and 50 juniper bushes. They would be around 1 meter high when planted, and obviously those will take time to grow in and develop. But I think provide some level of softening and screening, even when they're newly planted. When would they be planted? We're planted during the construction, which for a project like this is a fairly a short period, so they will go in at that time. How much noise would there be? Well, the units have it's not a noisy technology. Energy storage units. There is some noise from each of the units. They have fans on them, effectively small air conditioning units on the side of the units at low level, with a fan going. It'll go as required. They don't go all of the time. The total noise emission from one of these units is 82 decibels. And in terms of what that means, we've made calculations of at the nearest surrounding houses of what the noise level due to the development would be, and that comes out at 27 to 29 decibels. Now, by comparison, that's a pretty low a level, the sort of minimum threshold for these kinds of things, typically about 35, and that's again quite a quiet level. And on a different assessment, there's also an assessment of what that would mean at nearest houses, inside the houses with a window open. This is for thinking about the potential situation at night, on a quiet night. And again, the calculated levels equates to the threshold level for these kinds of things is a noise rating 20. Again, that's a a pretty low level. It's the lowest level. It's applied by Highland Council, lower than in some other areas, and we would be well below that level.
Have you got a kind of everyday comparison, Simon? You could give what 20 decibels would like kind of compare to, or 30 decibels could compare to in the real world, sort of, rather than.
Well, just to say that levels in a quiet room would typically be perhaps well above that sort of 30 or 40 decibels. In a library might be sort of 50 decibels. So these are really quite low levels.
Cool. Perfect. I think that clarifies that question. The other one was, I think the other question was along similar lines. We've answered around noise and trees. The other one was, which houses in Auchteraw benefit from the energy provided by the battery storage? So I think I'll probably let you answer that one too.
Yeah, well, I say that the benefit of energy storage is really terms of allowing the electricity system of the country to accept a greater proportion of renewable energy. It improves resilience as well. Last year, for instance, there were some quite big power cuts affected areas of England due to a number of power stations going offline at the same moment, and the energy storage projects that were up and running at that stage were able to support the electricity grid at that time, and a greater amount of energy storage would help as well. So it helps resilience. But yeah, I think the key benefit is in it's not possible to decarbonise the electricity grid without more electricity storage.
Yeah, so it's more kind of wider benefits than sort of like specific to houses geographically situated next to the Auchteraw. It's a wider benefit to the country of being able to kind of sustain decarbonisation, bigger deployment of renewables, and obviously that helps with climate change and everything on top of that. So it's not specific to kind of local houses. It's more kind of connected to the grid network in a wider sense.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Okay, so I hope that's answered those questions. Thanks for the feedback as well. It's good to get these questions and we can clarify points like that. So if anyone's tuned in for today, the presentation for the 4:45, we're just about to begin that. So yeah, you can get in contact with us through the email like someone has, and through my text as well, which is on the screen right now, or the chat box. If anyone can see that, if anyone can see the live chat, that's also available. So please use that too. All these we've got 3 different ways you can get in contact with us during the presentation, and we will respond to either one of those that you send. But for anyone, if you're just tuning in, I'm Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR Media Manager for ILI Group, and I'm going to be presenting our Auchteraw Energy Storage Project along with Simon Monroe from Logan PM, or one of our technical advisors who's on the call below me here, you see. But I think I will just start the presentation. Obviously, this is an alternative to a live sort of face-to-face meeting where we would normally book a hall, we'd advertise it in the paper, and everyone turns up and we see face-to-face on the day and answer any questions we can and take feedback. This way, obviously, it's slightly different, but we're trying to recreate it as best we can, with the methods communication. You can get in contact with us. Plus, we also have a PAN questionnaire form, which now has the right details on it. So you can get in contact. You can send us that and give us your feedback. That would be brilliant. We collate all this up, and that will be formed part of the plan and application that we bring forward. So the more feedback we get, the sort of better the project we can make. That's how we feel about it anyway. But I'm just going to put this on full screen now, and I'm going to start the next presentation because we're running a wee bit behind. But that's the whole point of this, is to get feedback and get questions from everyone. So keep them coming. That's amazing. So the first slide is really, what is the project? What is it we're proposing? And what we're proposing is a 20 to 49 megawatt energy storage jumped a few there. I don't know how I'm sorry. 20 to 49 megawatt energy storage facility, which is basically storage containers, 23 storage containers, which have inside them, they've been repurposed for energy storage. So they have racks and racks of batteries. If you think about a data center, if you've ever seen inside a data center, we have the kind of racks of servers. It's similar to that, small battery units that make up a full energy storage unit. We've got 23 of those. There's an access track. There's also fencing around that, and there's also quite a detailed landscape plan that Simon was talking about earlier to screen the project as best we can to make it as nice on the eye as we can. Basically, and screen the project to make it soften it down as much as possible. So that, which Simon will talk about later on, but in essence, what projects like this do is they store energy from the grid that's not needed. So when excess energy is being produced, normally from renewable energy sources. So if you think sort of wind turbines going in the middle of the night, or very, very sunny days where we don't need power, a lot of the time that power can get switched. Those turbines can get switched off. That solar power can get switched off, and that energy is never actually created. So that energy in effect's wasted. What we can do with energy storage is we can store that in the batteries in these energy storage projects and put them back into the grid when demand, and that manages the supply and demand, helps manage supply and demand for the grid. So in its basic terms, that's what we'll do, but I'll go into it in a bit more detail. So who are Intelligent ILI Group? Well, it's basically Intelligent Land Investments Group, and we're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. Previous to that, we had numerous wind turbines, solar and hydro projects across the whole of Scotland for the feed-in tariff that are all up and running now. Pardon me. But in 2017, we moved into energy storage, and we're with a mission to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that coming from 3 pump storage hydro projects, and the most advanced of those being Red John up at Doors on the shores of Loch Ness. That's been very widely publicised, so you might have heard of that one, or maybe not. But the other 500 megawatts of battery storage is going to come from battery storage or energy storage projects, and that will be projects like Auchteraw and many other projects that we have in the pipeline. So why do we need energy storage? So I touched on that briefly at the start of this, and so did Simon, that basically Scotland's got a net zero target of 2045. So we're trying to decarbonise the whole country in effect. And a large part of that is going to come from moving to renewable energy sources. So as fossil fuel, coal, gas and nuclear power generators go offline and we move towards more renewable energy, what happens is we're more dependent on intermittent renewable energy. So if the sun's not shining, you're not getting any solar. If the wind's not blowing, you're not getting any wind power from turbines. So that obviously seems obvious, but it creates a problem that we can't always meet up supply with demand. So what we do at the moment is we just turn the gas plant up or the coal plant up, or turn the nuclear up to meet that shortfall in demand. But like I said, as these go offline, we're more dependent on renewable energy. We need to find more ways to store that power, and that's where energy storage comes in. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage in the country, in the whole of the UK, where Ofgem have estimated in their latest kind of energy scenarios that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. So that's a massive increase in what we have at the moment. And the Scottish Government also are broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this, as they realise if they're going to have the renewables we need, hit the kind of net zero targets, we're going to have energy storage as a large part of that as well. So that's why we need energy storage, but why are we in this location? Well, basically we're in this location because we're very close to the Fort Augustus GSP, which is grid supply point, which in effect is a hub for the grid network. So where transmission power on pylons comes in at very high voltages, gets broke down into smaller voltages, and sent out to smaller substations, broke down again, and then eventually it comes to your house and to your businesses. So a grid supply point is an ideal location to put battery storage or energy storage into the grid network. But unfortunately, as it stands at the moment, there's not that many grid supply points that can take the level of power, the 30, 40, 50 megawatts of power that we're talking about. So Fort Augustus is one of those few locations that actually does have the capacity available. So that's why we're at the land at Auchteraw. So the next few slides, I'm going to pass it over to Simon, who will go through the kind of the planning drawings kind of thing, showing you exactly what it is we're proposing. So Simon, with that, I think I'll hand over to you. Just let me know when to skip the slide.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm Simon Munro. I'm going to talk a little about the site and what is proposed there. I've been working on energy projects for around 25 years now. This drawing shows the location. The site is at Auchteraw. It's around 3 kilometres southwest of Fort Augustus. It's agricultural land used as grass for grazing. The area round about is largely forestry, planted by the Forestry Commission. The closest houses to the site are about 300 to 400 metres away. Move to the site layout figure. Okay, this drawing shows the site layout. There would be a series of energy storage units arranged on the site. These would contain the batteries and the other equipment. There's a building top right housing the electricity metering, and there would be a new rough stone track from the site to the public road, the Auchteraw Road. Take the next drawing. Around the site, we're proposing new planting of native broadleaf trees. The amount of planting's been increased somewhat in response to feedback that we've had. I'll take the next figure. There would be a fence all around the site, a solid wooden fence on the sides towards the field, screening the development. There would be a mesh fence on the side towards the existing forestry. I'll take the next drawing. That shows the fencing and the gate, and also the site slope on the site, showing that the fence would slightly vary in height from across the development. We'll take the next slide now. This shows the cross section through the site from the slightly lower ground of the field where the new planting is proposed, and the energy storage unit raised slightly above the ground level to avoid any flood risk to the equipment. Then on the right side of the drawing is the meter building, and then up to the existing forestry at B on the right side of the drawing. And this drawing shows an energy storage unit. These would be 13 meters by 2.5 meters. They're 2.6 meters high, and these units would contain the batteries and the energy conversion equipment. Batteries would be solid state lithium ion batteries, technology that's been used successfully on many other sites around the UK and around the world. Thanks. And this shows the electricity meter building that would be on the site as well. Thanks for taking the time to listen to the presentation, and thanks those that have sent in questions. And if you have a question or any comments or feedback, Andrew will outline the different ways that you can do that just now or in due course after the event.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks, Simon. So yeah, Simon said if you've listened to that, you've any questions, please get in contact. There's a chat box on the right-hand side of your screen. If you're on a computer browser, you can put in a question there, we'll answer, or you can contact us on my mobile. Text me on 07456 539239, or email me at ah@ili-energy. Any of these methods, you can ask us a question. We'd be more than glad to answer it for you. So I'll leave it a few minutes here and see if anyone's got any more questions. If not, what we will do is we will come back for the next presentation, which is due to start in 5 minutes, I think. So we'll keep to the schedule, Simon. That's cool. And we'll just come back in 5 minutes and we'll start the presentation again.
Great.
Hello and welcome to anyone who's tuned in to watch our time is it 5:15 energy presentation of our Auchteraw energy storage project. I'm Andrew Hughes. I am the PR and media manager for ILI Group. We also have Simon Monroe below me, he is one of our technical analysts, our advisors from Logan PM, who's going to be helping with the presentation today. So what we're trying to do today is we're trying to recreate what we would normally do with a normal public kind of consultation, where we would book a hall, we'd come up and see everyone, and we'd have the same kind of, we'd have a face-to-face meeting basically and show everyone what we're proposing and what we're trying to do here. So we're trying to recreate the same thing online with this webinar. So we've got a couple of different ways that you can interact with us while we're doing this presentation. You can get in contact with us via the chat box. If you're on a computer browser, it should be on your right-hand side of your screen. There should be a chat box where you can put in any questions you have. You don't need an account. You just put in the question. You'll get a guest. You'll be allocated a kind of guest number randomly, or you can contact me on my mobile number, which is there 07456 539 239, or on email at ahili-energy. Either ili-energy.com, any of these methods, you can get in contact with us live while we're doing the presentation. Or if you've tuned into this after the fact, or even if you're watching it now, please take the time to fill in the questionnaire, which is below in the download section. So click now to access PAN questionnaire, and that'll take you to a kind of online form where we ask you for some feedback and what you're thinking about the project. And all this feedback helps us put together the plan application. And we take on board anything we can take on board. We'll take it on board when we put in the planning application in the coming weeks and months. But yeah, I think that's it. That's really what we're trying to do today, is get a feel for what people's thoughts are. Any comments we can bring back with us. Is there anything else you'd add to that, Simon?
No, I think that's a fair introduction.
Yeah. Brilliant. The only thing I would say is the feedback form that we're collecting today isn't a representation to the Highland Council. It's only for us for putting together our planning application. It's part of our consultation. It's not feedback that's going directly to the Highland Council. There's a time to do that when we put in the planning application. You can put your representation directly to the council at that point. But the slides from this presentation, the video, the feedback form will all be up for the next 21 days at least, and you'll still be able to watch and view everything that we've put up today. So with that, I think I will start the presentation. So I'll put it on full screen. Put it on full screen, and I will start the presentation. So what is the project? So what is it in essence is it that we're proposing? So it's a 20 to 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and it's made up of 23 energy storage units, which are in effect repurposed storage containers. If you think about, I don't know if you've ever seen a data center where you see kind of racks and racks of servers. This basically, you can walk into it, and either side of it's racks and racks of battery units, smaller battery units that make up the full energy storage unit. And there's 23 of those. And we've also got an access track. There's a small meter building that contains all the kind of equipment we need to break the power down from the grid to the batteries, and then from the batteries to the grid again. We've took some time to design fencing and sort of landscaping solution that we think softens the project and screens it as best possible, which Simon will explain in a wee bit more detail. But what projects like this, what they do in their most basic term is we store excess power from the grid. So at times when there's energy being generated, it's not needed. So if you think kind of wind turbines in the middle of the night where there's no need for that power, instead of having to switch those turbines off, which happens at the moment, we could store that excess power and put it back into the grid when it is required. And that helps balance supply in the grid. So in its most basic terms, that's what these kind of projects do. So who are Intelligent Land Investments Group? So we're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. Previous to that, we were involved heavily in the feed-in tariff. We've now got a number of wind, solar, and hydro projects all up and running for a good number of years now. But in 2017, we've seen the opportunity for energy storage, or the need for energy storage, in fact. And we've tasked ourselves with the mission of bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects, similar to Crooken up in Oban. We call it the Hollow Mountain. You might have heard of that one. Or one of our projects, Red John, at the shores of Loch Ness at Doors, is quite far advanced in planning as well. That's been widely advertised and publicised in the paper, so you might have heard of that one too. And the other 500 megawatts, that 2 gigawatts, is going to come from battery storage sites such as Auchteraw. And we now have a number of these through planning and some even further on, kind of starting the development stage of things. So why do we need energy storage at all? What's the whole purpose of it? And basically, Scotland's got an energy as a target of net zero by 2045, where we're going to decarbonise the country, and that's what our sort of target is. It's one of the most ambitious in the world, is 2045. And to do that, we're moving further towards renewable energy, which we've been doing for a number of years now. And what we've done previously is renewable energy, the age-old problem we have with it is it's intermittent. So it only works when the sun's shining. Wind turbines only go when it's windy. Sounds obvious, but it creates a problem. That what do you do with the power that's being created when you don't need it? And what do you do when you need power and you don't have it? And what we've done previously, and what's happening today, and what we do normally is, when we don't have renewable energy, we fire up the coal and gas or the nuclear, and that makes up the difference. But what's happening recently is that these kind of larger projects, these larger power stations, are starting to go offline. So coal and gas has been completely almost taken out of the system completely. Coal has, gas is on. There's large gas stations that are not going to be renewed, and nuclear as well. So the dependency on renewable energy is becoming more and more, and energy storage is having to fill that gap. And what Ofgem have suggested is that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050, and that's from their latest energy scenarios, future energy scenarios. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts in the country, in the UK. So there's a big need for it. The Scottish Government have recognised that as well. If they're going to get the renewable energy they want and require, we require to decarbonise, we're going to have energy storage as a big part of that. So they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this. So that's why we need energy storage. Why do we need it in this location? And why do we believe that this is a good location to place the project? So the land is close to the Fort Augustus GSP, which is the grid supply point. And basically, a grid supply point is a large hub for the grid network, where we have power that comes in, transmission power at high voltages, coming from all over the country on pylons. High voltages that gets broken down in the substation down to smaller voltages, out to smaller substations, and again broken down eventually till it reaches your house and your business. So the grid supply point is an ideal position to put this kind of energy storage. But the problem that we have is that there's not that many grid supply points that have the capacity to take that power. So there's very few places we can actually go in Scotland that have the kind of have the capacity, and the Fort Augustus grid supply point is one of those locations. So that's why we're in this location. So I think the next few slides I'm going to hand over to Simon, and he can kind of walk you through these.
Thanks, Andrew. Here we've got the location figure that just shows where the site is at Auchteraw. So about 3 kilometres southwest of Fort Augustus. It's agricultural land just now, used for grass for grazing. Surrounding area is largely plantation forestry, of the former Forestry Commission. The closest houses to the site are to the west, northwest, and northeast directions from the site, and they're about 300 to 400 metres away. Go to the next drawing. This shows the proposed layout on the site. There would be a series of energy storage units. As we can see, there'd be an electricity meter building, slightly brownish reddy colour on the upper right of the drawing. A new track just to connect the energy storage site to the existing Auchteraw road. Be a rough stone track. Take the next drawing. There would be new planting of native broadleaf trees around the site. These would be hawthorn, blackthorn, hazel, blackberry, crabapple, and juniper as proposed. There would be some conditions agreed with the council just to ensure that these are properly planted and maintained once they're in. They would be planted at the time of the construction. To the next slide. There would be a solid wooden fence around the development on the sides towards the field. And a mesh fence on the other side towards the forestry. The next slide. This shows an elevation of the fence on the slightly sloping site. The fence is higher at the side towards the road and the field, and gradually reduces in height. This gives effective screening for the units from round about. This drawing we have now shows a cross section through the site from the slightly lower ground of the field. The new planting area would be proposed, and then the fence. Moving to the right, the energy storage unit raised a little above ground level to ensure no impact from flooding. The site is quite flat ground amongst some very hilly ground, and is subject to some ponding after heavy rainfall. Moving across the drawing, we can see the meter building, and then up to the edge of the site where their existing forestry at B on the plan. Thanks, Andrew. This drawing shows the energy storage units, which would be 13 metres long by 2.5 metres wide by 2.6 metres high. You can picture these as effectively one shipping container load on a lorry. This would house the energy storage equipment and the energy conversion equipment. The batteries would be solid state lithium ion batteries, been used successfully on many energy storage projects in the UK and around the world, and very similar in terms of the batteries to the batteries used in mobile phones and laptop computers, for instance. Thanks for taking the time to listen to us and join in this event today. In a moment, Andrew will go over how you can ask us a question or send any feedback or comments that you may have, and we have a feedback form as well, which you can also use if you wish.
Cheers, Simon. Thanks for that. Yeah, so there's a chat box on the right-hand side of your screen. If you're watching it on a computer browser, you can just type in a question there, anything you want to ask us, and we'll answer that as best we can. If you don't want to do that, or if you can't see the chat box, if you're on a phone perhaps or an iPad, you can contact us on my mobile number, which is 07456 539 239, or on my email address, which is ah@ili-energy.com, which is up on the screen now. So you should be able to see all those methods of being able to get in contact with us. I can't see anyone on the chat at the moment, Simon. Just checking it there. I can't see. No, what's happening there? Apologies. Let's try and get this back to start. Yeah, I can't see any questions coming up at the moment on email or on text. So let's check the chat again. Yeah, no, there's nothing come up at the moment. So if you want to, what we will do is we will come back at 5:45 for the next presentation, and I think we will just leave it there for now.
Good.
Thanks, Simon. Hello and welcome to anyone who's tuned in for our Q6 presentation of our Auchteraw energy storage project. So obviously this is an alternative to a face-to-face public meeting that we would normally do, where we would book a hall, we'd come up and we would have a time similar to this, and everyone come and meet us in face-to-face, and we'd show you the plans of what it is we're doing. So we're trying to recreate that as best we can over the internet. So to do that, we've got a presentation, a short PowerPoint presentation that myself, I'm Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group, and Simon Monroe from Logan PM, one of our technical advisors. The two of us are going to present that to you. And we've got a number of ways you can get in contact with us to ask questions or provide feedback to us. So the first way is there should be a chat box on the right-hand side of your screen next to the video. If you're watching on a browser, on a computer browser. If that's not available, you can still contact us on the mobile number on the screen 07456 539 239 or on my email address at ahili-energy. Any of these three methods you can contact with us live right now, and we can provide answers to any questions you may have. Or what we would like you to do as well is on the download section is a click to access PAN questionnaire, which has a couple of quick questions, feedback from the project, what your thoughts are. And the more kind of interaction and feedback we can get from everyone, the better we can make the project. So that's what we believe anyway. The better the consultation we have with people, the better we can make things. So with that, I think I will start the presentation. Is there anything you'd add to that, Simon?
No, I don't think so. That sounds good to me.
Okay, so I'm going to put it on full screen and I will commence the presentation. So the first slide is, what is the project? So what is it we're exactly that we're proposing? So we are proposing a 20 to 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that's made up of energy storage container, basically energy storage units, which are in effect repurposed storage containers with racks and racks of batteries in them. So if you think similar to a data center, if you've ever seen a data center where you've got racks of servers, the storage containers basically have racks and racks of smaller battery units that make up the full the unit. And there's 23 of those on the site. There's an access track, there's a small meter building to get the power to and from the grid. And there's also, it took a while to design, put some thought into designing the fencing and the landscaping so we can screen the project and soften it as best we can in the landscape. And Simon's going to explain a bit more about that later on. But in effect, what projects like this do in the most basic terms is we take excess power from the grid and store it for, so if you think of, normally that's coming from renewable energy sources that you can't really control. So we take power from wind turbines in the middle of the night, for example, where otherwise that power would be turned off, those turbines would be switched off and that power would be lost. We can store that power and put it back into the grid when it is required. And that helps balance supply and demand for the grid. Pardon me. So who are ILI Group? So we're Intelligent Land Investments Group. We are an energy storage development company based in South Lanarkshire and Hamilton. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. And previous to that, we were heavily involved in the feed-in tariff. We now have a number of projects up and running, kind of solar, wind and hydro. But our mission now is to get that 2 gigawatts, to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects that we have. The most advanced one of those being in on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. It's called Red John. You might have heard of that one. It's been widely publicised. And the remainder of that 2 gigawatts is going to be 500 megawatts of battery storage, of which Auchteraw is going to be a part of. But we also have a number of other projects that are now actually consented and some further on into the development cycle. So why do we need energy storage? What's the whole point in having energy storage at all? So pardon me, the purpose of the energy storage is to help decarbonize the energy system by moving away from coal and gas and moving towards further renewable deployment. What that means is that we're more reliant on an intermittent source of power, which means you can't turn it on to meet demand. So what we've done previously, and what happens at the moment, is that coal and gas plants, nuclear is turned up to meet that demand, which renewable energy can't fill. And as these power plants go offline, that leaves us with a gap in that energy generation. So as we get rid of gas, coal, nuclear, and they go offline, it leaves a gap in the energy system, and that's going to be filled with energy storage. And Auchteraw have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We've currently got around 4 gigawatts. The Scottish Government also are broadly supportive of new energy storage projects like this, because they realise if we're going to get what we need to hit those net zero targets, we're going to have a large-scale energy storage alongside renewable energy. So that's why we need energy storage, but why do we need it in this actual location? And the reason why we're here at all is that we're close to the Fort Augustus GSP, which is the grid supply point. And a grid supply point is basically a hub for power, a hub for the grid network, where transmission power comes in on pylons at high voltage, gets broken down, and the substation to smaller voltage is sent out to smaller substations, and eventually down the wires that go into your house and into businesses. And so the grid supply point is an ideal location to locate that energy storage. But unfortunately, across Scotland, there is a number of grid supply points, but very few of them actually have the capacity available to connect this kind of power. So that's why we're at the Fort Augustus GSP. But we're going to put the next slides. I'm going to hand over to Simon, and I can let him describe them. Excellent.
Thank you, Andrew. I am Simon. I'm going to talk a little about the site and what is proposed for it. This drawing map shows the location, the general location of the site. We're at Auchteraw, around 3 kilometres southwest of Fort Augustus. It's an area of grassland, agricultural land used for grazing. The surrounding area, as you can see from this map, is largely forestry plantation. From the Forestry Commission, former Forestry Commission. The closest houses to the site are 300 to 400 metres away from the site. We move to the layout drawing. This shows the layout, which would be a series of energy storage units, each of which would contain the battery and energy conversion equipment. There's also a building on the upper right of the plan, which is the electricity meter building. There would also be a rough stone track connecting the site to the existing Auchteraw public road. Move to the next one. So there would be a new planting around the site of native broadleaf trees and shrubs. We've increased the amount of that new planting, and the broken up the form and layout of it a little to give a more natural edge to the development. The new planting would include a hawthorn and blackthorn trees, hazel and blackberry, crabapple trees, and juniper. To the fencing drawing, Andrew. So there would be a solid wooden fence, which would be around the development on the sides towards the field, with a mesh fence on the other side towards the existing forestry. If we move to the next drawing. This shows an elevation of the fencing, and also the profile of the site, which rises a little from the field towards the existing forestry. And so the wooden fence would be taller on the side towards the fields and less high at the other end, to give effective screening all around. Move to the next drawing. This shows a cross section through the site from the field side at A, where the new planting would be proposed, and the fence, and then the energy storage unit raised, you will notice, a little bit above the ground level, to allow for potential flooding on the site without affecting any of the equipment. And towards the right hand side of the drawing shows the cross section through the meter building, and then to the edge of the site and the existing forestry at B on that plan. If we take to the next one, showing the energy storage units. These will be 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high, and you can picture these as the shipping container on a lorry. It gives a good idea of what we're talking about. The units would house the battery equipment, using lithium-ion batteries. It's been used on many similar sites in the UK and in other countries. It's a fairly new technology on a large scale around the world. They started to be employed principally in within the last 5 years, but the use of this kind of energy storage project is increasing very rapidly in many countries, because of the benefits it provides to grids in terms of being able to store energy from times when there's a surplus and feed it back at other times when there's high demand, with very quick response to to events, and that's proving very useful to electricity grids, particularly as we move away from fossil fuel generation towards renewable energy sources, many of which are intermittent and not schedulable in advance. Thanks for taking the time to listen to us, and in a moment Andrew will run through the different ways that you can ask us a question or send us feedback. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Simon. Thanks for doing that. So yeah, there's a few different ways you can get in contact with us. If you look to the right hand side of your screen, you should be able to see a chat box. If you're on a browser, on a computer browser, you should be able to see that. You can put in a chat, anything in the chat there, any questions you might have. Or if you can't see that, you can contact us on my mobile number, which is 07456 539 239. Or you can contact us on my email address at ah@ili-energy.com. I haven't received anything over email or text, and I'm just checking the chat there, and there's nothing on there at the moment, Simon. But if anyone's watching this in the future, if you're watching this on catch up or not live, you can please fill in the PAN questionnaire. If you look in the download section, it says click here to access PAN questionnaire. That would be great. You can fill that in. I've just got an email here. Hold on a second. Fort Augustus. I'll just send forward this to Simon. Simon, we've got a few questions here by email. I'll just send them over to you now. Hi, I'm Andrew. We have this line question. Not ask this application. If so, where would your access be from? Yeah. So there's a couple of questions regarding the previous application, Simon, and access. So if you want to have a quick read at that, and if you want to answer that, I think we can do that right now. We can answer your question, Stuart. So thanks for that. Thanks for getting in contact. I'll just give Simon some time to take that in and form an answer.
Okay, so the question is about the access into the site, and asking whether the site is moved from the previous application. A little bit of background: the site had been submitted to planning, and the council had asked, planners had asked for some further details and information to be supplied with the application, and the application was temporarily withdrawn while that information was prepared, and in the meantime the developer has sought to change the potential capacity of the development without substantially changing the physical elements of the development, and that's where we're at just now. That's a long-winded answer. We'll get around to the access. So the access is effectively unchanged from the previous application. It's in the same location, and it would be from the Auchteraw Road, coming in at a point. There's some existing large sheds there at the roadside with an entrance off the road, and the proposed site entrance would be there.
Would it help, Simon, if I brought the location plan back up? Would that possibly help?
Yeah, if we can pop that on there.
Yeah, I can certainly get that. So people can see whereabouts we're talking about.
It's a little small, that one.
Yeah.
What I'll say is that when the developer would intend to submit the application to planning, and there would obviously be a full set of plans showing all those details, including the some additional information that the council had requested, which is being prepared. I should say one of the other things that was requested was a visualization showing how the site would look, and that's in preparation. We're just waiting for some feedback from the council, actually, just in terms of where that would be shown from, before that's completed. Where we're proposing that would be from the road end, effectively, the closest spot on the where it would be the most visible from there, I think.
That's great. Thanks for that, Simon. Hopefully that answers your question, Stuart. And you said you filled out the PAN question, the questionnaire form as well. So thanks very much for taking the time to do that also. So I'll just check again to see if there's any more emails come in. So I don't have anything else on the email at the moment. Or text. Just check the text is no. I will just check the chat room. There's nothing in the chat room either. So I think we'll leave it there at the moment, Simon, and we will come back for 6:15 for our penultimate presentation today. And if anyone's just tuned in, if you want to come back at 6:15, and we'll run through the full thing again. Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you. Cheers. Hello and welcome to anyone who's tuned in for our 6:15 presentation of Auchteraw, our Auchteraw energy storage project. This is obviously an alternative, an online alternative to a face-to-face kind of public consultation that we would normally have. We would normally book a hall, come up and see everyone and chat about what we're doing, but obviously we can't do that because of the COVID-19 situation. So this is the alternative. So what we're going to do is we've got a PowerPoint presentation. Myself, I'm Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group, and Simon Monroe below me, who is from Logan PM, one of our technical consultants.
Hello.
Together we're going to run through hi Simon, we're going to run through this presentation, and if you have any questions, there's a couple of different ways you can get in contact with us. So we're going to tell you about them now. So if you look at the right hand side of your screen, if you're on a computer browser, there should be a chat box, chat room, that you can enter any questions you may have. We can answer them. Or if you can't see that, you can contact us on my mobile number, which is there 07456 539 239, or you can get us on the email at ah@ili-energy.com, which a few people have already done. So that's great. And people are filling out there's also an online questionnaire and PAN questionnaire in the download section, which we'd really like you. If you're taking the time to watch this, you might as well fill it in and give us your feedback. That would be awesome. And these slides and the presentation and everything that goes along with it will be up for the next 21 days, where you can comment to us. Now, obviously, comments to us aren't comments to the council. These are for our plan, for pulling together the plan application. As part of that, we bring together all the comments everyone's gave us, but they're not direct representations to the council. You need to wait until the actual plan application goes in the next coming weeks or months, and you'll have a chance to make representations to the council at that point. But I think what I'll do is I'll start the presentation. So you read? Is that fine, Simon? You think that's okay to start? Is there anything else you would say?
Go for it.
Yep. Okay, let's go for it. So I will just bring this up now. And so what is the project? So NS, what we're proposing is a 20 to 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility. It's containerized batteries. So what is repurposed storage containers, in effect, that have racks of batteries in them, and there's 23 of those on the site. So the development consists of those containers, 23 of those containers, an access track, a small building for the substation. It's a small meter building which contains everything you need to get the power to and from the grid. And then we have put a bit of the time, so I know Simon's put a bit of time in to designing the fencing around this project and the landscaping. So we try and soften the project as much as we can in the landscape. But we'll talk a little bit about that, a bit more about that later on. So basically what projects like this do is we store excess energy from the grid. So at times when there's power being generated that's not required, so you think kind of wind turbines in the middle of the night when no one needs that power, rather than switching those turbines off, we can store that energy and put it back into the grid when it's required. And that helps balance supply and demand for the grid. And I'll talk a little bit more in depth about that in a minute. So who are ILI Group? Who are Intelligent Land Investments? We're an energy storage company, energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. Previous to that, we were involved in the feed-in tariff, where we've got a number of sort of solar, wind and hydro projects that are all up and running now. And like I said, in 2017, we moved into energy storage with the mission to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that's going to come through 3 pump storage hydro projects that we're developing. The most advanced of those in planning being Red John on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. You might have heard of that one. It's been widely publicised and it's been planning for a while now. And the rest of that 2 gigawatts is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage, of which Auchteraw is part of. And we've got a number of these now consented and further on down the development cycle. So that's who we are as a company. But why do we need energy storage in the first place? What's the whole point behind that? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045 to decarbonise the country, and renewable energy is a big part of that, as it's been for a while now. And as we move further towards renewable energy and away from coal, gas, and nuclear, that means we're more and more reliant on an energy source which is intermittent. And what that means is that power, you can't turn it on to meet demand. So it's wind turbines only working when it's windy. Solar power only works when it's sunny. It sounds obvious, but it creates a big problem that you can't always have power when you need it. So if once coal and gas goes away and these kind of nuclear power stations that are coming offline, that leaves a big gap in generation. And what that's going to be filled with, we believe, is energy storage. So we'll be able to store power from renewables when it's not needed for when it is needed, and that will help balance up the system. So Ofgem have estimated we might need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. Currently have around 4 gigawatts of energy storage, so we're quite a bit away from that. The Scottish Government as well are broadly supportive of new energy storage projects like this, as they realise if we're going to hit the targets we need for renewable energy, we're going to need to have energy storage as a large part of that mix along with it. So that's why we need energy storage, but why in this location? Why in this location at Auchteraw? So the main reason is the land's near the Fort Augustus GSP, which is a grid supply point, which is a kind of major hub for electricity. So you have pylons coming in, transmission power pylons at high voltages comes into the substation there, gets broken down at small voltages out to smaller substations, and eventually out to your house and to your businesses. So it's an ideal location to put energy storage into the system. But unfortunately, of all the grid supply points in Scotland, which is quite a lot, there's only a very few of them that can take this level of power. But Fort Augustus is one of those. So that's why we're at this location. So the next slides I'm going to hand over to Simon, and he can kind of run through those with you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yes.
My name's Simon, and I'm going to talk a little about the site and what we're proposing there. This figure on the screen just now shows the location of the site at Auchteraw, around 3 kilometres southwest of Fort Augustus. The site itself is agricultural land used as grass for grazing. The surrounding area predominantly forestry, the Forestry Commission woodlands. The closest houses to the site are 300 to 400 metres away. The proposed site entrance is just where it's written CG on this map. It's an existing entrance to a large shed by the road. We feel this gives the lowest impact overall. It's the shortest length of new track into the site. There were some temporary trackways used for the refurbishment of the pylon line that runs across the land. They wouldn't be suitable for the access for this development. If we move to the layout figure, this shows the proposed layout with a series of metal containers, energy storage units with the battery equipment and energy conversion equipment inside. The electricity meter building is on the upper right of the compound area on the plan, which would have so the electricity metering equipment. A new track from the site over to the existing public road, Auchteraw Road. Take the next slide. The landscaping is proposed around the site with planting of new native broadleaf trees in order to partly to help screen the site, reduce the visual impact, and also provide some habitat. Take the next slide. There would be a solid wooden fence around the development on the sides towards the field, and a mesh fence on the side towards the existing forestry. And take the next slide. This one just shows the profile of the land within the site, sloping down slightly from the existing woodland at the back of the site down towards the lower ground within the field. And the fence will vary in height across that length, following the slope of the land. The figure that's on the screen just now is a cross section through the site, from the slightly lower field area on the left to the higher ground on the right. That be showing proposed new planting, and then the wooden fence, the energy storage unit itself, raised up above the existing ground level to avoid any potential flood risk. Then moving to the right on the drawing, there's the electricity meter building and the top edge of the site. I'll take the next drawing, which shows the a bit too far. The drawing shows the energy storage units. They're 13 meters long by 2.5 meters wide and 2.6 meters high, raised a little off the ground, and they would house the lithium-ion batteries and the other energy conversion equipment. The air conditioning units would be sited on the outside at low level of these, and these would be similar to external air conditioning units you might see on a shop, for example, or to air source heat pump units you will increasingly see on houses used in place of boilers to provide for central heating. To give you an idea of what we're talking about there. Okay, thanks for taking the time to listen to that presentation. If you have questions or feedback, Andrew will tell you how to do that.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Simon, for finishing off the presentation there. Yeah, we've got a few different ways you can get in contact with us. You can contact us on the chat box on the right-hand side of your screen if you have that. That's the quickest way to do it. Just type in the questions there and we can get back to you really quickly. Or you can send us in an email at ah@ili-energy.com, or you can text me on my mobile at 07456 539 239. Well, I'll keep those details up there. But I can't see anything coming in on the email at the moment, or on the chat. There's nothing on the chat at the moment. But nope, nothing there either, or on the email. So I think what we'll do is we'll leave it there for the next, till we come back to do the final presentation at 6:45 tonight. So if you think that's fine, Simon, will we just leave it there till 6:45?
That sounds grand, Andrew.
No worries. Thanks a lot. Hi everyone, thanks for tuning in for our last presentation tonight, the Quarter 7 presentation of our Auchteraw energy storage project. Obviously this is a virtual alternative to a live public meeting that we would normally have. We'd book a hall, come up and see everyone, and have a chat about what our project is and what it is we're doing. And this is a kind of virtual way of doing that. So what we're going to do tonight is we have a PowerPoint presentation that myself, Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR and media manager for ILI Group, and Simon Monroe below me, who is our technical consultant from Logan PM. The two of us are going to present a short PowerPoint presentation on the energy storage project at Auchteraw, and we'd welcome your feedback or questions as we're doing that. There is a chat box on the right hand side of your screen if you're on a computer browser, where you can just type in a question. You don't need to have an account, just type in the chat question right away and it'll come up, and then we can see it and respond. Or you can respond to us using my mobile number. Text me on 07456539239, or on email at ah@ili-energy.com. Any of these three ways of getting in contact with us you can do while we're doing this live. Or if you prefer to just give us your comments on our questionnaire that we have in the download section below, you can do that also on our PAN questionnaire. So click on that, and it's an online form you can fill in. If you're taking the time to watch this, you might as well take a few more minutes and fill in the form. And we welcome as much feedback as we can. We can make the project. We believe the more feedback we can get from the local community, the better the project we can make at the end of the day. So I think I'll leave it there, and I will start the presentation if you're okay with that, Simon.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so I'll put it on full screen and I can start the presentation. So what is the project? What is it we're actually proposing? So what it is it's a 20 to 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that's made up of storage containers with energy storage units, which are in effect repurposed storage containers with racks of batteries. And if you think if you've ever seen a data center with racks and racks of servers, it's very similar. It's kind of racks and racks of smaller battery units that make up the whole energy storage unit. And there's 23 of those on the site, and there's a access track to that. So a small substation meter building, and there's some well-designed fencing and landscaping to try and shield the project, to screen it as best we can, which Simon will talk a wee bit about later. But what is it these kind of projects do? What is it they're doing? So what we're doing is storing excess energy on the grid. So power that would normally could maybe not get generated, or from wind turbines, for example, at night, where no one needs that kind of excess power, those turbines would get switched off and that energy would be lost. So rather than doing that, we can store that power for when it is needed and put it back into the grid, and that helps balance supply and demand. And that's what in its most basic terms, that's what energy storage projects do. So, who are Intelligent Land Investments Group? So we are an energy storage company, development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017 with a mission of bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects that we have. The most advanced of those being Red John on the shores of the Loch Ness at Doors. That's been widely publicised. You may have seen that in the press. And the other 500 megawatts is going to come from battery storage projects or energy storage projects similar to this one, which Auchteraw is part of. So why do we need energy storage at all? I think I've touched on it briefly, is that Scotland's got a target net zero by 2045, and so we're decarbonising the country, and doing that, we're moving away from fossil fuel generators, coal and gas, as we do that, we become more and more reliant on renewable energy. But unfortunately, renewable energy is intermittent, so it only works when the sun shines, it only works when the wind blows. It sounds obvious, but it does create a problem that what do we do when we there is no wind power and we need electricity, or what do we do when it's not sunny? And what we've done in the past is we turn up the coal and gas power plants and the nuclear to meet that demand. But as these go offline now, there's a hole in that kind of generation. And what's being proposed is that energy storage fills that gap. And Ofgem have estimated that we would need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. That's from their latest future energy scenarios. We currently have around 4 gigawatts, so we're quite a bit away from that. Scottish Government have realised this too, and they're broadly supportive of new energy storage projects like this one. As they realise, if we're going to get renewable energy, the kind of levels of renewable energy we need to have energy storage alongside that for it to work. But that's why we need energy storage. Why do we need it? Why in this location? So the basic reason why we're in this location is we're beside the Fort Augustus grid supply point. So we're close to a major hub for the grid, and a grid supply point is that, in effect, it takes transmission power coming in from pylons at high voltage, breaks it down into smaller voltages, out to smaller substations, again broke down, and eventually down the wires that goes to your house and businesses. So a grid supply point is an ideal location to put kind of this level of power into the grid, but unfortunately not every grid supply point in Scotland can take that kind of capacity, and we're actually limited to very few, and Fort Augustus is one of those. So that's why we're in this exact location. So the next few slides, I'll hand over to Simon and he can describe those for you.
Thank you, Andrew. So this map shows the proposed location that we are talking about. It's at Auchteraw, around 3 kilometres southwest of Fort Augustus. The land in question is agricultural land used for grass, for grazing. The surrounding area is largely forestry, plantation forestry. The closest houses to the site are 300 to 400 metres away. The proposed entrance to the site from the public road would be around where CG is marked on the map, with the track following the field boundary down to the site. We'll move to the next figure. This shows the site layout. Would consist of a series of metal containers with the energy storage batteries and equipment within them. The building on the upper right of the compound is the electricity meter building. There'll be a track connecting the compound that's on the screen just now to the public road. A rough stone track. Move to the next slide. The landscaping is proposed around the site of native broadleaf trees and shrubs, a mixture of species, habitat and food for birds and so on. We've increased the amount of planting area and also made the plan form a bit less rectilinear, a bit more varied to give a more natural layout. Though I would say that just in terms of views of the development to typically be seen from the side rather than from above, and so it's probably that view from the road and from existing houses that's key here, rather than the form in plan view. If we move to the next slide, so a solid wooden fence is proposed around the development on the sides towards the existing field, with a mesh fence on the other side towards the existing forestry. Take the next slide. So this one shows the fencing and the gate, and it's apparent that there's a slight slope on the ground, and so the height of the fence is proposed to vary to match the ground slope, such that the top level is flat. You can see the planting proposed on the lower side there. Take the next slide. So this is a cross section through the site from the lower ground of the field on the left at A, where the new planting is proposed, then the fence and the energy storage unit, raised slightly above ground level to account for and avoid any impact from flood risk on the site, which can be subject to some ponding after heavy rain events. So a little further to the right on the drawing is the electricity meter building, and then the fence and the existing trees at B on the site. We'll take the next drawing. So this one shows the energy storage units themselves. There would be 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high, similar to shipping containers that you might see on a lorry on the roads, or indeed on the railways. Now these units would contain the battery equipment and the energy conversion equipment. Lithium-ion batteries are to be used on the site. They've been used successfully on many other sites, both in the UK and worldwide, and it's very similar to the batteries used in mobile phones and mobile devices of one kind and another, laptop computers. That covers the main aspects of the site. If you have any feedback for us, or comments, or questions, Andrew will go over in a moment how you can come back to us.
That's great. And thanks for that, Simon. That's awesome. So if anyone's wanting to get in contact, you can see the chat box. I'll just check this now, see if there's no one on the chat at the moment. I haven't got any emails, Simon, and I haven't received any texts. So I think we'll leave it there tonight. If anyone's watching this on catch up, if you would like to fill in the questionnaire, please, the PAN questionnaire in the download section. And everything's going to be available for the next 21 days, the presentation, so you can watch it again anytime you like. And we would really appreciate your feedback. I just want to thank you, Simon, for coming along today and helping me out with this. It's been a big help. And thanks to everyone who's got involved and gave us feedback, asked a question, and please keep it coming. Keep the feedback coming. We want to know what you want, what you're thinking. That's great. So I think we'll leave it there. Thanks, Simon. Good night.
Cheers.
See you later.